Okay, I think we'll go ahead and get started. So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for joining us. My name is Boris Lipkin. I'm the Northern California Regional Director for the California High-Speed Rail Authority, and I'd like to welcome you and thank you for your participation in today's virtual public hearing. Due to the complications caused by the novel coronavirus, or COVID-19 in California, the authority has changed the format of the public hearing from an in-person hearing to a virtual public hearing. And we appreciate your patience and understanding as we're doing this in a different format. We're conducting this public hearing to receive your comments on the environmental analysis, alternatives, impacts, and mitigation measures presented in the San Francisco to San Jose Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement, or Draft EIR-EIS. This public hearing is being held in compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, and to facilitate the goals of the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. Your input is very important to us, and it'll help us continue developing the California High-Speed Rail project. Your comments today will become part of the official record for the San Francisco to San Jose Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. On the line with us, we have a court reporter online to capture your verbal comments as part of the transcription for this public hearing. In addition, we have Spanish, Vietnamese, Mandarin, and Tagalog interpreters who provide simultaneous translation of the comments submitted during the hearing and provide any person with assistance in submitting a verbal comment in those languages. You can submit your comment during the public hearing by joining the webinar online or by phone, and you should see on your screen detailed information on how to join online or via telephone. You can also visit our website for more information at www.hsr.ca.gov. We are here to listen to your comments, but we will not be responding to your comments during the public hearing. This is a formal environmental process, and our job this afternoon is to listen to and record your comments and testimony. Responses to your comments will be provided in the San Francisco to San Jose Project Section Final Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. Before we get started, I would like to introduce the panelists that are representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority with me. As I mentioned, I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director. With me is Mark McLaughlin, who is our Director of Environmental Services, and Dan McKell, who is our NEPA Assignment Manager. At this time, I would like to introduce Joey Goldman, who's going to be our moderator for this virtual hearing, and he'll outline the protocols for how this will all work this afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Boris. Good afternoon. I'm Joey Goldman with Kearns and West, and I'll be serving as the moderator today. I'd like to spend a few minutes going over the protocol for commenting this afternoon. Today, we are accepting verbal comments in this public hearing. Individuals who prefer to put their comments in writing may do so via mail, email, or via the comment form on the authority's website, and that's hsr.ca.gov. Anyone is welcome to watch and listen to this public hearing without making a comment. The webinar is streaming, and you can see the streaming address on your screen. That's videossc.com/hsr. If you intend to make a comment, you may do so by joining our queue online or on the phone. You can also use, you can use the microphone on your computer or your mobile device. Or if you are calling in by phone, please dial 669-900-9128 and enter the webinar ID, which is 826-1979-4385, and then the pound sign. If you're already on the phone and you want to watch the meeting, go to the live stream or check the authority's website. It's all there at hsr.ca.gov for the link. If you would like to either listen or make a comment in Spanish, Vietnamese, Mandarin, or Tagalog, please call the interpreter lines that are shown on your screen. This is how you indicate you want to provide a verbal comment this afternoon via the web meeting. Please use the raise your hand feature, which you'll see at the bottom of your screen. That way I can call on you to provide your comment. If you're dialing in by phone, pressing *9 is the same thing as raising your hand, and that will put you into our queue. And speakers then will be called on in the order that their hand is raised. Once you've been in the queue and your name is called in the web meeting, you'll need to accept the prompt on your screen to allow your microphone to be unmuted. On the phone, you'll hear a message that you are being unmuted. And if you're on the phone and you don't want to give a comment, simply say no comment and we'll go on to the next participant. Once you have been unmuted, it's your turn to speak. You're allotted 3 minutes to provide your comments. We're going to ask you to please slowly and clearly say and spell your first and last name, and if applicable, state the organization that you represent. We have a court reporter on the line this afternoon to record the comments that you provide. If she needs you to spell or repeat something, she might interject in your comments. I will notify you when your time is nearly up. At the end of your comment, we ask that you please exit the online web meeting or hang up the phone. This will help us ensure that all individuals who wish to make a comment have an opportunity to do so, and you can continue to watch the web hearing via the live stream. The hearing will go until 8:00 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And then I have just 3 quick housekeeping notes before we get started. If we end up at some point having a very long queue, we may need to limit the speaker time to 2 minutes instead of 3 minutes to allow for everyone who wishes to share their comments to do so. We'll let you know if we need to do that. You also hear us repeat these instructions from time to time because we expect people will be joining this public hearing over the course of the next 5 hours. And at the end of each hour, we are going to take a 10-minute break, and I will announce that break. So we are going to go ahead and get started. If you wish to provide a comment, as I indicated, please raise your hand. The opportunity to provide a comment now should be open to you. And we are going to be doing a little bit of screen updating here to make sure that all of those who are in the queue have their name up on the screen so that we'll know that we can call on you. Our first commenter is Chris Weitzman. We are going to unmute you so that you can share your comment. You'll have 3 minutes to provide your comment. If you would start by introducing yourself, give us and spell your first and last name, and let us know of any organization that you represent. And you may go ahead and get started.
My name is Chris, and I'm not part of an organization, but I'm supporting the high-speed rail, and I'm interested because it's a good way to get people back and forth between San Francisco and San Jose.
Chris, this is the court reporter. Would you please spell your name for me?
Oh, it's CHRISWEITSMAN.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris, for your comment. Do you have anything else to add?
No, I'm good.
Okay, thanks so much for joining us. We're going to mute you again and allow others to raise their hand. At this point, we do not have other individuals in the comment queue. If you wish to make a comment, as we've indicated, and you're on the phone, please press *9. And if you're on the computer, simply click on the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're just joining us, we are taking comments from members of the public. If you'd like to provide a comment, please click on the bottom of your screen on the raise hand feature so we know that you are interested in providing a comment. If you're on the phone and you'd like to provide a comment, press *9. Our panelists will may turn off their video from time to time when there are no commenters in the queue. But as soon as we see that you have indicated that you would like to share a comment by using that raise hand feature, you'll see our panelists turn their screens back on and be ready to receive your comment. We do have a new comment. I'm going to ask our panelists to turn their screens back on and go to our commenter. Our next commenter, you can see on the screen, whoops, if I can type it correctly, Jeremy Taylor, we are going to unmute your line so that you may speak. And if you would please introduce yourself, spell your first and last name, and let us know any affiliation that you have, and then you can begin your comment.
JEREMYTAYLOR. No affiliation. I live in San Jose, and high-speed rail will affect where I live. What I'd like to bring to your attention is that the way San Jose to San Francisco is being treated is different than the southern route, San Jose to Merced. And what I'd like to see for San Jose to San Francisco is the same number of houses per capita or per mile. If you're taking a lot of houses San Jose to Merced, you should have the same ratio in San Jose to San Francisco. Now, we all know that the residents there have a lot more influence. Everything I hear actually says that you're not taking any of their houses. And I think that you really need to compare San Jose to San Francisco to San Jose to Merced. Things should be equitable. And if you're going to be transparent, please be transparent about why you're going to treat San Jose to San Francisco different than the southern route. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy, for your comment. We are now muting you and we'll allow for our next commenter. If you are interested in providing a comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the raise hand feature or press *9 on your phone. At this point, we don't have anybody else in our comment queue. And when that happens, our panelists are welcome to turn off their screen, and then I will notify them when we have somebody who's ready to provide a comment. For those of you who are just joining us at this public hearing, we're waiting for commenters. At this point, we have no commenters in the queue. Our panelists are standing by. If you would like to provide a comment, please use your screen to click on the raise hand feature, and that will allow us to know that you'd like to provide a comment. If you're dialing in on the phone, pressing *9 is the way to let us know that you would like to provide a comment there. If you hear silence, it's because there is no activity at this time. And we're waiting for our first commenter, or our next commenter, I should say. In the meantime, you should still see the red flashing ball on your screen to show you that the public hearing is live. And we'll look forward to unmuting individuals as they raise their hand. Good afternoon, everybody. We are accepting verbal comments in this public hearing, and you are welcome to provide them. In order to provide a comment, you may join our queue online or on the phone. You may use the microphone on your computer or your mobile device. To join us by phone, please dial 669-900-9128, and the webinar ID is 826-1979-4385, and then you press the pound sign. If you'd like to provide a comment within the Zoom software, please use the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. That way I can call on you so that you can provide your comment. While we are waiting for somebody to raise their hand, you may see that there are no videos on the screen. And as soon as we find that somebody is interested in providing a comment, then we will have the panel come back, turn their videos on, and look forward to receiving your comment. If you're just joining us, if you're joining us by phone and you'd like to make a comment, I ask that you please press a *9 on your phone, and that will let us know that you are here to provide a comment as part of this public hearing. If you have tuned in by webinar, you'll see a raise hand button on your screen, and by clicking on that, we'll know that you would like to provide a comment as part of this public hearing. If you would like to listen or make a comment in Spanish, Vietnamese, Mandarin, or Tagalog, we have some interpreter lines, and you can see those listed on your screen. We're going to be able to give you an opportunity to listen in when you do that. Now, Boris Lipkin is going to give us a quick overview of what we're here doing today.
Good afternoon. For those who missed the top of the hour, today we're accepting your verbal comments on the environmental analysis, alternatives, impacts, and mitigation measures presented in the San Francisco to San Jose Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement, or Draft EIR-EIS. Your comments will become part of the official record for the San Francisco to San Jose Project Section Draft EIR-EIS, and responses to your comments will be provided in the final environmental impact report and an environmental impact statement. To reintroduce the panel members representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority with me, I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director. With us, we also have Mark McLaughlin, our Director of Environmental Services, as well as Dan McKell, our NEPA Assignment Manager. And Joey, I think you might have covered this, but I believe in terms of the Zoom process here, if you're not seeing a raise hand function in the bottom, it might be under the participants tab. If you click that, you should be able to see raise hand. And I think you've covered the other ways that people can get in the queue to give a public comment at this time.
Thanks, Boris. And yes, we are using this public hearing to accept verbal comments. If you prefer to put your comments in writing, you're welcome to visit the authority's website, hsr.ca.gov. And there's a comment form as well as information on submitting comments by mail or email. We are continuing to accept comments as you join us. Again, please follow Boris's advice to click on the participants panel and click on the raise hand feature if you'd like to do so in the Zoom meeting. On the phone, that same feature is simply accomplished by dialing *9. We'll be calling names that show up on our queue. In the web meeting, once you are unmuted, you may need to click on a prompt on your screen in order to be able to speak. Then it's your turn. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. We'd like to ask that you first start by giving us your name, first and last, spelling those and letting us know any affiliation that you might have if there's an organization that you represent. And I'll let you know when your 3-minute time period is almost up. That's where things stand right now. As we are waiting for individuals to provide comment, you may see some of our panelists turn off their video screens. As soon as we see that there is a hand raised, our panelists will return and we'll ask you to provide your comment. I'd like to ask the panel to please return. We do have a commenter, and I am going to ask the commenter who has dialed in by phone. The last 4 digits of the phone number are 7166. We're going to unmute you. I'm going to ask you to please introduce yourself, share your first and last name, and please spell them. And let us know if you are affiliated with any organization, and then you can begin your comment. You should be unmuted. Now it looks like you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is David Ye. My face mask got tangled in my earbuds. Anyways, my name is David Ye. I am not with any organization, and I live in San Jose.
And David, before you go on, can you just spell your name, please, for our court reporter?
Sure, DAVID YEH.
Okay, thank you. And please proceed with your comment.
Sure. Yes, so I live in San Jose, very close to the district, whenever that may be. Since this is not a question and answer session, only commenting, although I'll be happy to know if you guys are open to answering questions. I would just like to say that despite all the cutting and funding from the federal government, the frivolous lawsuits that that the HSR authority, you guys are holding fast in trying to get this project completed. It is a large project, a monumental task for a state government, but if it's any one state government can do it, I believe it's California, as it is the largest in the country. I would just like to give my encouragement to you guys in completing this section, as well as all the other routes planned for the state, because it is so very needed to reduce gasoline consumption and CO2 emissions for the residents of California. That's really all I have. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comment, David. And indeed, we're not responding to questions today, I should say. So it's really about reciting comments, and we appreciate that. I want to just confirm that Marley, our court reporter, you were able to get all of what David said in the beginning.
It did break up a little bit there.
Do you need anything renoted for the record?
I'm not really sure where it picked up, but despite all cutting of funding. I'll be able to break it down, I think, when the transcript is recorded.
Okay.
Transcribed.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks again, David, for your comment.
Okay.
At this point, we do not have any other commenters in the queue. If you'd like to provide a comment, please click on the raise hand feature on your Zoom screen, which you can also find on the on the participants tab. Or if you're on the phone, simply dialing *9 should indicate to us that you have a comment for us. In the meantime, our panelists may opt to turn off their screens until we get the next raised hand for comments. I'd like to ask the panelists to please reconvene. We have a hand raised, and I just want to get this on the record. Our next speaker is Adrian Brandt. And Adrian Brandt, we are going to unmute your line. You are requested to please introduce yourself, spell your first and last name, and let us know if there is an organization with which you are affiliated, and you may begin. Adrian, we're not able to hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, I just got the unmute invitation, so I
There we
haven't
go.
had it. Okay. Adrian Brandt, Adrian Brandt, Brandt. I am a member of the Caltrain Joint Powers Board Citizens Advisory Committee. However, I'm not speaking on their behalf. I'm speaking for myself. And my comments are as follows. The grade crossings on the peninsula are envisioned by the EIR to be what's known as quad gates. Those solve a problem that Caltrain doesn't really have, nor will high-speed rail. The predominant problem is people in violation of the motor vehicle code queue on the tracks, and they also turn onto the tracks. So I would encourage, just the way photo enforcement stops red light violations because of the certainty of a violation of a citation, I would encourage the High-Speed Rail Authority to investigate and pursue automated enforcement technology at the crossings. As a preventative measure, it will prevent that kind of behavior and greatly reduce the probability of train versus vehicle collisions. Second comment has to do with the EIR. It mentions wind effects on passengers standing on platforms in a part of the EIR. And it's all based on formulas. And I would encourage instead that the authority go back and base it on actual measurements using various existing high-speed train types from around the world. Certainly those studies exist and those measurements have been taken instead of using theoretical formulas and papers that are in some cases decades old. I had one other comment. Oh yeah, the last comment I wanted to share was I would urge the authority to revisit the platform height issue. Caltrain will be going to a 25-inch approximate platform height because the new equipment will have the high doors plugged and they're eliminating the indoor lifts. So for the foreseeable future, they will be using low platforms. And at great savings to the rail authority and for interoperability and system reliability, it would be better if the authority adopted a similar low platform for lower station construction costs and better use of the Transbay terminal and the ability to have any train serve any station, so more flexibility. So that is something that ought to be revisited. And so that's the final comment. I want that also to be investigated. Thank you.
Adrian Brandt, thank you very much for your comment this evening. We're going to lower your hand and mute your line at this point. Our next participant in line here is somebody who's dialed in, and the phone number that we have starts with 949 and ends with 7141. I'm going to unmute your line and ask you to please introduce yourself and spell your first and last name, and let us know if there's an organization with which you are affiliated. You're free to talk.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you're clear, thanks.
Yeah, my name is Fred, F-R-E-D, U-R-S-C-H-E-L, and I have no affiliation, independent.
Okay.
My comments are mostly questions related to the new tunneling that goes from the 22nd Street station area to the Transbay eventually. And the first question would be the tunneling that's proposed seems to have about 3 or 4 turns in it. 2 of them are 90 degrees. And I guess the question is really, why isn't the plan to be a straighter line, saving a lot of cost in tunneling that would be even longer with all these turns in it? Second thing related to that, the tunnel goes under Pennsylvania Avenue, and there's a property listing of affected properties in the report, but it doesn't list any properties on the west side of Pennsylvania Avenue. And I was wondering why that would be the case. And then the final question related to that is how far below the 22nd Street would the top of this new tunnel be when it's completed, regarding noise mitigation and things like that? And that's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take those as comments for the purposes of this public hearing, since indeed we're not responding to questions. But if you do have questions, you are welcome to email them or call our hotline, and you can see the email address on the screen here, san.francisco_san.sanjose@hsr.ca.gov. And that would be one way that we can still get back to you regarding your questions. Okay, we're going to lower your hand and mute your line at this point. Thanks for joining us. We don't have anyone else in our queue at this point. If you have a comment that you'd like to share this evening, we ask that you please raise your hand. And we do have another hand up, so I will just make sure we've got you, whoops, ready to go. I'm gonna unmute your line, Lloyd. Then I think you just need to click that you may talk. Great.
Yeah, you should be able to hear me.
We can hear you clearly. If you would please introduce yourself, first and last name, please spell them first.
Sure, my first name is Lloyd, L-L-O-Y-D. Last name is L-E-A-N as in Nancy, S as in Sam, E.
Thank you, Lloyd. Any affiliation you have?
Just a Menlo Park resident.
Okay, and please go ahead and share your comment.
And have ridden Caltrain for many, many years. So I'm very, very closely acquainted with Caltrain stations, especially Palo Alto and Menlo Park and San Francisco, but others as well. So my comment is that, are you ready for my comment? Sorry.
Yes, please proceed.
Adding many trains per hour, traveling at more than 100 miles an hour through stations such as Burlingame, Menlo Park, Palo Alto, Mountain View, etc., will be an environmental disaster due to noise, wind, and the extremely negative subjective experience of standing within 15 feet of large speeding trains. There is no way to mitigate this problem. High-speed rail will permanently ruin the sense of walkability, bikeability, and peacefulness that the peninsula still clings to. No amount of grade separation, crossing gates, quiet zones, tactile pads, or signs can mitigate this problem to an acceptable level. Further, the number of minutes per hour the crossing gates will be down at grade crossings due to high-speed rail at peak hours is simply unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. It has been recorded. And we are going to mute your line at this point and lower your hand. At this point, we, once again, do not have anyone else in our comment queue. If you would like to make a comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the raise hand feature, which you can find in the participants panel on your screen or at the bottom of your screen. And if you're on the phone, you can raise your hand by dialing *9, and that will let us know that you have a comment to share with us. I will also note that we will be taking a 10-minute break in 10 minutes. That break will begin at 4:00 p.m. and go until 4:10, at which time we will resume and continue taking comments. So this meeting is scheduled to go until 8:00 p.m. With a few breaks on the hour as we move forward. We have a new commenter, I should say. Just want to get you into our queue. it's somebody who's dialed in by phone, and it is phone number ending with 1402. We're going to unmute your line and give you a chance to introduce yourself. If you would please state and spell your first and last name, let us know if you have any organizational affiliation, and then proceed with your comment. You should be unmuted. We can't hear you speaking yet. Now we can.
Hello.
Yes, now we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Josue Ramirez, Josue Ramirez. I am a resident here in San Jose, and I am a person concerned with the environment, and one of the biggest concern is climate change. As it's been expressed by other people, this is the crisis of our era. And my understanding is that we are using cap and trade money to fund the high-speed rail. What I cannot find anywhere, as much as I try to search, is any current estimates of the global warming gases that we are planning to save with the high-speed rail. I was very excited about the high-speed rail, 10 years ago. But now the projections that I see is that it's going to be completed by the time all the cars are going to be electric, and all of the energy for the cars is going to be renewable. So do we have any updates of the CO2 savings that we're going to have in by using the rail, as opposed to zero emission cars and zero emission energy for the cars by the time of the completion? I think all the resources we have to combat climate change have to be used wisely in the best possible way. And as exciting the high-speed rail sounds, I think it has gone out of schedule way too much to be of any environmental benefit. And we need to allocate the resources in a better way. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And I think you perhaps heard me state earlier that we aren't responding to questions today. I know our technical staff would probably be happy to, but we're not doing that in this public hearing. This is an opportunity to share your comment. However, we do have other avenues to ask questions. Don't hesitate to email the address that you see on the screen. That's san.francisco_san.jose@hsr.ca.gov. We also have a telephone hotline that you can leave a voicemail for and have somebody respond to you. And that number is 800-435-8670. Okay, we have muted you and lowered your hand. And at this point, we do not have any commenters in the queue, anyone who has indicated that they have a question and would like to raise their hand. So we will be waiting for comments, and our panelists may turn off their cameras. Just a reminder, we will be taking a break in 5 minutes. And at that point, then we'll reconvene at 4:10 p.m. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. We are reaching the 4 o'clock hour. At 4 o'clock, we are taking a break for 10 minutes, and then we'll reconvene at 4:10. We will still be taking comments as this hearing progresses until 8 o'clock p.m. You're welcome to raise your hand before 4:10, and when our panel resumes the hearing at that point, we'll be glad to go to your question. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are reconvening our public hearing. I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director for the California High-Speed Rail Authority. Today, we are accepting your verbal comments on the environmental analysis, alternatives, impacts, and mitigation measures presented in the San Francisco to San Jose Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement, or Draft EIR-EIS. Your comments will become part of the official record for the San Francisco to San Jose Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. And responses to your comments will be provided in the final Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. I would like to reintroduce the panel that's representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority. I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director. With me is Mark McLaughlin, Director of Environmental Services, and Dan McKell, who's our NEPA Assignment Manager. Joey Goldman is our moderator, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Boris. Yes, I'm Joey Goldman with Kearns and West. I want to remind you that we are accepting verbal comments in this public hearing this afternoon. If you prefer to put comments in writing, please visit the authority's website. That's hsr.ca.gov. And there you will find a comment form as well as information on submitting comments by mail or by email. Anyone is welcome to watch and listen to this public hearing without making a comment. The webinar is currently streaming live at videossc.com/HSR. You can see that link on the screen here. Excuse me, if you want to make a comment, you may join our queue online or on the phone. You can use the microphone on your computer or on your mobile device, or if you join us by phone, dial 669-900-9128. The webinar ID this evening is 826-1979-4385, and then the pound sign. If you'd like to either listen or make a comment in Spanish, Vietnamese, Mandarin, or Tagalog, please call the interpreter lines that are shown on the screen. To make a comment via the web meeting, please use the raise your hand feature. You should see that at the bottom of your screen, and that way I can call on you so you can provide your comment. If you don't see it there, click on the Participants tab on your screen, and you should find it there. After you've done that, we'll know that you're interested in providing a comment to us, and we'll let you know that when it's your turn to provide that comment. If you're joining us by phone, please press *9. That's the same thing as raising your hand, and that will put you into our queue. When it's your turn to speak, after stating and spelling your first and last name, you will be allotted 3 minutes to provide your comments. A court reporter is on the line as well to record those comments. And if she needs you to spell or repeat something, she may interject. 3 quick housekeeping notes that I want to add before we get started. In the event that we have a very long queue, we may limit speaker time to 2 minutes to allow all who wish to share their comments. And you will hear us repeat these instructions from time to time for those who are just joining us. At the end of each hour, we will take a 10-minute break. Our next break will be at 5:00 p.m., and I will announce when we are going to break. At this point, we do not have any individuals who are in our comment queue. If you'd like to add your name to that comment queue list, again, please click on the raise hand button on your screen, or press *9 if you're joining us by phone. While we await comments, our panelists may opt to turn off their video screens, and you will see them turn them back on once we reconvene with a new comment. We do. I would like to ask the panel to please reconvene. We do have a new commenter. And I'm going to unmute your line. The commenter is Tessa Woodmansee. If you would please.
All right, thank you so much.
If you would please tell us your name and spell your first and last name. Let us know any affiliation that you have, and then you may begin your comment.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Tessa Woodmansee. My affiliation is that I am the founder of the neighborhood association called Garden Alameda Village Association. And let's see, was there any other questions you asked me to say? Okay, that was it.
Yeah,
I'm really just a citizen. I'm just a citizen and neighbor.
Tessa, would you please just spell your first and last name first, and then begin your comment?
Okay, great. Tessa, Tessa, Woodmansee, Woodmansee. All right, so I guess you're doing a great job. I guess this is not the time. I guess I'm on a timer now, 3 minutes, right? So I better just do it, right? All right, fine. So basically, I would like to say that I prefer the viaduct. And in the research that I've done on the project, I would say the viaduct has less impact on our neighborhood. I am located at Stockton Avenue, between Villa and Chile. That's where our home is. And we also have our Garden Alameda neighborhood right there. And of course, we also have the College Park neighborhood to the north. And so that's where, I'm representing as a neighbor to say the impacts on our neighborhood with the HSR, from what I understand so far, and I appreciate the verbal comment that I can do this, is that it would be noise and vibration would be very close to our home at the ground level. And then also the honking of the horns is a requirement because it's at ground level, and the impact with that would be. So to move it east to the viaduct on posts and have it above ground so that it would, be further away. And there isn't much neighborhood really right there, where we have a lot of neighborhood to the west of the tracks, which is, like I said, the Garden Alameda and our College Park neighborhood. And of course, Willow Glen issues there, but I haven't really looked into that exactly. So basically just saying that the viaduct would provide that type of relief in terms of noise and vibration. So even though it's not preferred because it's more expensive, they said $2 billion more, I still think, I guess maybe $2 billion, I'm not sure, but it is more expensive, they said, that it still would be worth it because noise and vibration destroy our quality of life. So I think that's an issue there. So that's my preference there. I guess I'm getting on to, do I have my little timer? No. So
you have 2 minutes left. I'm sorry, you have 1 minute left.
Oh, you go. Okay.
Sorry.
So where am I? So basically, noise and the issue with noise is a big issue. So that's what we want to mitigate as much as we can. And from what I understand, there is more noise that would come from, even if we go for the track. How do we mitigate the noise? And that's what we're asking, is to mitigate the noise, to stop the honking. That would be a great thing. We've had other problems in our neighborhood with the regular train, the freight train, and they've been able to stop the honking. That would be a request.
30 seconds remain.
And okay, thank you. And so basically, noise is the big thing, and vibration. Very concerned about that. And so we really need to know more about those. We need more meetings. That's the thing. We need more comments, time. We need more education. This has been very quick because there's been so many developments in our area. So we need more education. So we need to really be more informed about this. It has been very quick that this EIR has come up. So, and especially with the high impacts to the neighborhood, we need a lot more education so we can hopefully mitigate or eliminate the negative impacts. So that's what we're hoping for.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Okay, I guess you're okay.
I'm sorry. We're gonna.
I guess you're not available for any education right now. That this is only for comments.
That's correct. We're not responding to any questions. This is to recite your comment. But if you have questions, you're welcome to email them to you see the email address on the screen, or
Okay.
you're also welcome to call our hotline at 800-435-8670.
Oh, is that? Oh,
We
is
are
that open?
muting you at this point and allowing others to raise their hands. Thank you for your comment.
Jerry, just really fast, in case Miss Woodmansee missed that hotline, do you think you could repeat it again slowly? Because I think she might have been asking you to hear that,
No,
that number
thanks for
again.
letting me know. Indeed. Again, you may email us the email address that we have up on the screen. I'll just repeat that, what that is. That's san.francisco_san.jose at hsr.ca.gov. Or we have a phone hotline you're welcome to call. That number is 1-800-435-8670. And you may leave a message there, and we will do our best to get back to you to address any questions that you have.
Thank you.
And if you do have a question or a comment, I'm sorry, no question tonight. You have a comment, though. We are accepting verbal comments in this public hearing. You're welcome to raise your hand in order to provide a comment. To do so, please use the raise your hand feature, which you'll find at the bottom of your screen. That way we'll know that you have a comment and I can call on you. If you are looking for that feature on your screen, check the Participants tab. If you click there, you should see that raise hand button. If you're dialing in by phone, pressing *9 on your phone is the same thing as raising your hand, and that will put you into our queue so we'll know to call on you. And while we wait for individuals to raise their hand, our panelists may turn off their screens, and then they will reconvene as soon as we have other individuals in our comment queue. I would like our panelists to please reconvene. We do have a hand up, and I want to make sure that we provide an opportunity for our next commenter. If you have just joined us, we have a hand up. We're going to ask, whoops, if I can just type it correctly. Clinton St. Clair, I'm going to unmute your line. If you'd please state and spell your first and last name and let us know of any affiliation you have, and then you have 3 minutes to provide your comment.
Clinton St. Clair, C-L-I-N-T-O-N, S-T period space Claire, C-L-A-I-R. I'm a San Francisco resident for about a year now, and I've been pretty in tune with public planning and public projects with San Diego, with San Francisco and California as a whole. And I was reading some of the documents, and I'm pretty excited about a lot of the grade separation that's happening throughout the Central California and SoCal itself, Rosecrans specifically, which is pretty cool. But I wasn't able to find a lot of information on the grade separation for the NorCal segments. And I'm just hoping that that's something that you guys can focus on as one of the other many things that you're focusing on, and being able to use that as a forefront of something good for, for high-speed rail and for, keeping cars away from the trains, keeping the pedestrians away from the trains, because there's a lot of public and private rail that crosses roads and walking along the rail lines. And it seems like almost once a week, there's always something that someone got hit by a train or a car got hit by a train. And if we could eliminate 80%, 90% of California's railway crossings, that would be phenomenal as a project that's been obviously hardship coming, but you guys are doing what you're doing, and you're getting there, and the best thing we can do is just hope for the best, I guess. And just want to thank you guys' hard work, as well as keep pushing on, and I hope to see more grade separation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Clinton. I'm going to just mute your line and lower your hand there. Again, we are accepting comments tonight for the California High-Speed Rail Project section, on the draft DIR EIS for the San Francisco to San Jose project section. There is a good deal of information that's available about this project section. We have a special website up at this time. You can go to meethsrnorcal.org, and you can see information about the San Francisco to San Jose project section. We also have individuals who can respond to emails. If you have specific questions, you can see an email address on your screen where you can send a message, or you're welcome to dial our 800 number hotline. It's a project section hotline, 800-435-8670.
Thank you, Joey. And just to give one other set of reminders, so today as you mentioned, we are accepting verbal comments on the environmental analysis, alternatives, impacts, and mitigation measures that are presented in the San Francisco to San Jose project section, draft environmental impact report and environmental impact statement. Your comments today will become part of the official record for that draft environmental document, and responses to your comments will be provided in the final environmental impact report and environmental impact statement. Just to quickly reintroduce the panel, I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director with the California High-Speed Rail Authority. With me on the panel is Mark McLaughlin, our Director of Environmental Services, as well as Dan McKell, who's our NEPA Assignment Manager. Joey Goldman is our moderator, and we are on standby waiting for your comments, and we'll continue the hearing.
And indeed, anyone is welcome to watch and listen to this public hearing without making a comment. You can see on your screen, we have a streaming webinar live at videossc.com HSR. Though if you'd like to make a comment and you've dialed into the web meeting, you may do so by joining our queue online. To raise your hand in that queue, you need to click on the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. That way we can call on you so that you may provide your comment. To do that, you should see a raise hand feature, or click on the participants panel, and on that panel on your screen, you should see an option to raise your hand. If you're dialing in by phone, you may also raise your hand by pressing *9, and that puts you into the comment queue. If you would like to either listen or make a comment in Spanish, Vietnamese, Mandarin, or Tagalog this evening, please call the interpreter lines that are shown on the screen. We have individuals standing by who can interpret the meeting as we move forward and interpret your comments as our panelists convene to listen to them. If you do enter our queue when it's your turn to speak, I will be asking you to please state and spell your first and last name, and then you will have 3 minutes to provide your comment. Our court reporter is on the line to record those comments. If she needs you to spell or repeat something, she may interject while you're introducing yourself. Our panelists are not required to keep their videos on while we are waiting for comments. So you may see that the screen might go dark, but once we see that there is a comment in the queue, we will reconvene to be able to take your comment. The time now is 4:45 p.m. We do not currently have any commenters in our queue. If you would like to provide a comment as part of this virtual public hearing, you have a couple of options. If you are dialed in on the phone, please press *9 on your phone, and that way we will be alerted that you would like to share a comment. If you're on our web meeting, please use the raise your hand feature, which you'll find on the participants panel at the bottom of your screen. And that way I can call on you so that you may provide your comment. We will be taking a 10-minute break beginning at 5:00 p.m. This public hearing will continue until 8:00 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. If you're just joining us by phone and would like to make a comment, to do so by phone, please press *9 so that we are aware that you have a comment to share. If you're participating on our web conference tool here, our Zoom meeting, you may raise your hand by clicking on the participants tab and then clicking on the raise hand button. If you are just joining us, this is our online public hearing. We are currently live. We do not currently have any commenters who indicated their interest in sharing a comment in our queue. We will be going to a break in 5 minutes at 5:00 p.m. and then reconvening at 5:10 p.m. If you would like to provide a comment, again, please click on the raise hand button, which you'll find either at the bottom of your screen or in the panelists tab on your screen, and you can click on panelists. I'm sorry, not panelists, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Participants tab on your screen. Click on participants and you will see the option to raise your hand. And if you're dialing in by phone and you would like to provide a comment, the way to do that is press *9 on your phone keyboard, and that way we will know that you are interested in sharing your comment. Again, we'll be shifting to a break in about 5 minutes and then reconvening at 5:10 p.m. We'll go tonight until 8:00 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. The time now is 5 o'clock p.m. We are taking a 10-minute break, and the panel will reconvene at 5:10 p.m.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are going to reconvene the public hearing at this time. I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director with the California High-Speed Rail Authority. And today we are accepting your verbal comments on the environmental analysis, alternatives, impacts, and mitigation measures that are presented in the San Francisco to San Jose Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement, or Draft EIR-EIS. Your comments will become part of the official record for the San Francisco to San Jose Project Section Draft EIR-EIS. The responses to your comments will be provided in the final Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. I would like to reintroduce the panel representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority. I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director. With me is Mark McLaughlin, our Director of Environmental Services, and Dan McKell, who's our NEPA Assignment Manager. Joey Goldman is our moderator, and I'm going to turn it over to him to go over instructions of how to provide comments.
Thanks, Boris. Yes, I'm Joey Goldman with Kearns and West. We are accepting verbal comments in this public hearing today. If you prefer to put your comments in writing, please visit the authority's website, hsr.ca.gov, for a comment form, as well as information on submitting comments by email or by mail. Anyone is welcome to watch and listen to this public hearing without making a comment. The webinar is streaming live. You can see the address at the bottom of your screen. That's videossc.com/HSR. If you want to make a comment, you may join our queue online or on the phone. You can use the microphone on your computer or on your mobile device, or if you do it by phone, dial 669-900-9128. The webinar ID is 826-1979-4385. If you would like to either listen or make a comment in Spanish, Vietnamese, Mandarin, or Tagalog, please call the interpreter lines, and those are shown on the screen. To make a comment via the web meeting, please use the Raise Your Hand feature, which you'll find at the bottom of your screen or on the participants panel. That way I can call on you so that you can provide your comment. And by phone, pressing *9 is the same thing as raising your hand, and that will put you into our queue. Once you've been in the queue and your name is called in the web meeting, click the prompt that will appear on your screen to allow your microphone to be unmuted. On the phone, you'll hear a message that you are being unmuted. And then it's your turn to speak. After stating and spelling your first and last name, you're allotted 3 minutes to provide your comments. Our court reporter is on the line to record those comments, and if she needs you to spell or repeat something, she may interject in your introduction. I'll notify you when your time is nearly up. And 3 quick housekeeping notes. If we get a very long queue, we may limit speaker time to 2 minutes. And I will let you know if that is something that we will need to do. You will hear us repeat these instructions from time to time because people will continue to join this public hearing, which will go until 8:00 p.m. this evening. And at the end of each hour, we will take a 10-minute break. Our next break will commence at 6:00 p.m. At this point in our queue, we don't have any hands up. Our panelists will be waiting for your hand to be raised, at which point I will call on you. In the meantime, you may see our video screens turn off, and then they will return again once your hand is raised or a commenter's hand is raised. If you just joining us, you may see that we have no commenters in our queue at the moment. If you'd like to make a comment, you may join our queue online or on the phone. Online, please click on raise hand at the bottom of your screen, and people will know that you have a comment to share with us. If you're on your phone, please press *9 on your phone, and we'll be able to unmute you so that you may share your comment. You may see sometimes the screen is just a flashing screen. Our panelists may opt to turn off their video from time to time, and once somebody indicates that they are interested in providing a comment, they will return. If you are just joining us, we are conducting the public hearing this evening for the San Francisco to San Jose project section. I am our moderator. I'm Joey Goldman with Kearns and West. We are accepting verbal comments in this public hearing. If you prefer to put your comments in writing, you may do so at the authority's website. That's the High Speed Rail Authority, hsr.ca.gov. There's a comment form there, as well as information on submitting comments by mail or email. If you would like to make a comment this evening, you may join our online queue, and that's available through the Zoom meeting that we have going on or by phone. If you would like to listen or make a comment in Spanish, Vietnamese, Mandarin, or Tagalog, please call the interpreter lines. Those are shown on your screen, and you may speak with an interpreter who can inform you what's taking place over the course of this meeting and share your comments. To make a comment via the web meeting, please use the raise your hand feature, which is at the bottom of your screen, so that I can call on you to provide your comment. And by phone, pressing *9 does the same thing. Gives me a chance to recognize you and will share your name in our commenter queue and call it when you reach the top of the queue. On the phone, you will hear a message saying that you're being unmuted, and if you're on the screen, you'll get a prompt that says to please allow your microphone to be unmuted for your comment. When it's your turn to speak, we ask that you please state and spell your first and last name. Then you have 3 minutes to provide your comment, and our court reporter who is with us this evening may interject if necessary to ask you to clarify or repeat something for the record. And I'll notify you when your 3 minutes of time is nearly up. At this point, I'd like to ask Boris Lipkin, our Northern California Regional Director, to give us a quick overview of what we're doing this evening.
Thanks, Joe. You covered a lot of the logistics, but just as a reminder for folks, today we are accepting verbal comments on the environmental analysis, alternatives, impacts, and mitigation measures that are presented in the San Francisco to San Jose Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement, or Draft EIR-EIS. Your comments tonight will become part of the official record for the San Francisco to San Jose project section Draft EIR-EIS, and the responses to your comments will be included and provided in the final Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. To quickly reintroduce the panel, I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director. With me is Mark McLaughlin, our Director of Environmental Services, and Dan McKell, who's our NEPA Assignment Manager. At this point, we're about halfway through the public hearing, and we'll be continuing until 8 p.m. This evening. Back to you, Joey.
Thanks, Boris. And at this point, we do not have any hands raised in our commenter queue. So you may see the screen go blank while our panelists await notification that we have somebody who would like to share a comment. And we will, the panelists will return once we see a hand is raised.
Joy?
Yes. Hello.
Hi, this is the court reporter. I just think you might want to mute yourself.
Thanks. I'm whispering to somebody here. Thanks for letting me know.
No problem.
Good evening. The time is 5:45. We are in the middle of a live public hearing on the San Francisco to San Jose project section for the Northern California High-Speed Rail project. We have 15 minutes before we will be taking a break from 6 o'clock until 6:10 p.m. If you would like to make a comment, you may join our online queue by raising your hand on your Zoom, on the computer that's operating Zoom right now, or whatever electronic device you're using. Simply click on raise hand at the bottom of your screen or on the participants panel of your screen. Or if you're on the phone, dial *9. Our panelists will return to the screen when we have commenters indicate that they would like to make a comment. At this point, we will continue to wait for those comments and again go on break at 6 o'clock p.m. The time is 5:55 p.m. We'll be going to a break in 5 minutes and then reconvening once again at 6:10 p.m. If you're just joining us and you would like to provide a comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you don't see it there, click on the participants tab, and then you should find the raise hand button. And if you're dialing in by phone and you'd like to provide a comment, please press *9, and that will indicate to us that you have a comment to share. We do have a new commenter. I'd like to ask our panel to please reconvene or return to the screen. And our next commenter is going to be Jean Perry. Jean, I'm going to unmute your line so that you may speak. I'd like you to please introduce yourself, state and spell your first and last name, and share any organization that you are with, and then you have 3 minutes to provide your comment.
Hi, my name is Jean Perry, Jeanperry. I'm a resident of Millbrae, California in San Mateo County, and I'd like to make a comment about the proposed parking plan at the Millbrae station. The proposed acres of single-level parking at the Millbrae station is decades behind the times and wasteful. If the same parking capacity is changed to multi-level, including above and below the ground, other valuable space will be available for residential and commercial development, reflective of all the good reasons one would have for getting off the BART or plane or train and visiting Millbrae. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Jean. Going to lower your hand and turn off the volume on your line. We currently have no other comments or commenters in our comment queue. We will be going to break in about 3 minutes, but you may certainly raise your hand while we are in break. And at 6:10, we would be able to return and hear your comment. Still have 3 minutes there before we reach 6 o'clock. The time is now 6 o'clock. We will be taking a 10-minute break at this point and then returning to take additional comments. This public hearing will continue until 8 o'clock p.m. this evening.
You're muted, Joey.
I think it's now appropriate to say good evening, and we're going to reconvene the public hearing. I'm Boris Lipkin, the Northern California Regional Director for the California High-Speed Rail Authority, and today we are accepting your verbal comments on the environmental analysis, alternatives, impacts, and mitigation measures that are presented in the San Francisco to San Jose Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report or Environmental Impact Statement, or Draft EIR-EIS. Your comments will become part of the official record for the San Francisco to San Jose Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement, and responses to your comments will be provided in the final Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. To quickly reintroduce the panel, I'm, as I mentioned, Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director. With me is Mark McLaughlin, our Director of Environmental Services, as well as Dan McKell, our NEPA Assignment Manager. Joey Goldman is our moderator, and he'll go over how to provide comments.
Thank you, Boris. Indeed, we are accepting verbal comments this evening at this public hearing. If you prefer to put your comments in writing, those are welcomed at the authority's website, hsr.ca.gov. There you'll find a comment form as well as information on submitting comments by mail or email. Anyone is welcome to watch and listen to this public hearing without making a comment this evening. The webinar is streaming live at videossc.com/HSR. You can see that at the bottom of the screen here if you're signed in to the Zoom meeting. If you want to make a comment, you may join our queue online or on the phone. You may use the microphone on your computer or on your mobile device, or if you join us by phone, dial 669-900-9128. The webinar ID for this public hearing is 826-1979-4385. If you would like to listen or make a comment in Spanish, Vietnamese, Mandarin, or Tagalog, we have interpreters available. Please call one of the interpreter lines shown on your screen. To make a comment via the web meeting, use the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen so that I can call on you so that you can provide your comment. By phone, pressing *9 is the same thing as raising your hand, and that will put you into our queue. Excuse me, once you've been in the queue and your name is called in the web meeting, click the prompt on your screen to allow your microphone to be unmuted, and on the phone, you'll hear a message that tells you that you are being unmuted. Then it's your turn to speak. After stating and spelling your first and last name, we are able to allot you 3 minutes for you to provide your comments. Our court reporter is on the line, and she will be recording the comments that you provide. She may interject if she needs you to spell or repeat something, and then I will notify you when the 3-minute time period is nearly up. In the event we have a long queue, we may need to limit speaker time, and I'll let you know that. You will hear us repeat these comments, these instructions from time to time for those of you who are just joining us. And at the end of the hour, we will take a 10-minute break at 7 p.m. From 7 till 7:10 p.m. Our public hearing this evening will continue until 8 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. At this point, we have no hands raised. No one is in our comment queue. So I certainly invite our panelists to turn off their video screens. Our panel will return when we see an indication that somebody has joined our comment queue. Our public hearing is ongoing. We do not have anyone currently in our comment queue. If you are interested in joining and like to share a comment with our panel, please click on the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. Or if you're on the phone, press *9, and that way we'll know that you have a comment for us.
Good evening, and just as a reminder that today we are accepting your verbal comments on the environmental analysis, alternatives, impacts, and mitigation measures that are presented in the San Francisco to San Jose project section draft environmental impact report and environmental impact statement. Your comments will become part of the official record for the San Francisco to San Jose project section draft environmental impact report and environmental impact statement. Responses to your comments will be provided in the final environmental impact report and environmental impact statement. To quickly reintroduce the panel, I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director with the High Speed Rail Authority. With me is Mark McLaughlin, our Director of Environmental Services, and Dan McKell, who's our NEPA Assignment Manager. Joey Goldman is the moderator for this evening, and he'll go over logistics of how to provide comments.
Indeed, if you want to make a comment, please join our online queue, or you can join by phone. You can use the microphone on your computer or your mobile device. Online, by phone, dial 669-900-9128. The webinar ID for this public hearing is 826-1979-4385, and then dial the pound sign. We have interpreters available who can interpret this public hearing and provide comments in Spanish, Vietnamese, Mandarin, or Tagalog for you. The numbers are shown here on the screen. To make a comment via the web meeting, please use the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen so that I can call on you and you may then provide your comment. If you're on the phone, pressing *9 does the same thing, and that lets us know that you have a comment. When it's your turn to speak, you will be asked to unmute your phone or your computer. We ask that you please state and spell your first and last name. Then you have 3 minutes to provide your comments. We have a court reporter who is recording comments, and if she needs any clarification, she may interject and ask you to repeat something. I will notify you when your 3 minutes comment time is up. For now, as you see on the screen, we do not have any individuals in our current comment queue. Again, if you'd like to comment, please click the raise hand button or *9 on your phone, and that will bring our panelists back to the screen. For now, you may see us turn off our videos, and we will look forward to reconvening when the comment queue has participation. Good evening. The time is 6:45. As you see, we currently have no commenters in our queue, but we are still available. This ongoing public hearing will continue until 8 o'clock p.m. In the meantime, if you do have a comment that you would like to share with our panel, please click on the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen, or click on the participants tab if you don't see a raise hand button, and you should find the raise hand button there. If you are watching this video by the streaming video service, you will need to get on the Zoom conference call. The Zoom webinar in order to be able to provide your comment. You can find the link to that at the authority's website, hsr.ca.gov. Our panel will return when we see individuals who are in the comment queue. The time is 6:55. We'll be going to a break in 5 minutes. At this point, we still do not have anyone in our comment queue. If you are interested in joining it, please click on raise hand at the bottom of your screen or on the participants tab, or you may do so by dialing *9 on your telephone. Once we go to break, we'll return at 7:10 p.m. The time now is 7 o'clock p.m. We are going to take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 7:10 p.m. This public hearing will continue until 8 o'clock p.m. Pacific Daylight Time.
Good evening. We are going to reconvene the public hearing. I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director for the California High-Speed Rail Authority. As a reminder, today we are accepting your verbal comments on the environmental analysis, alternatives, impacts, and mitigation measures that are presented in the San Francisco to San Jose project section, Draft Environmental Impact Report, Environmental Impact Statement, or Draft EIR-EIS. Your comments will become part of the official record for the San Francisco to San Jose project section Draft EIR-EIS, and responses to your comments will be provided in the final Environmental Impact Statement and Environmental Impact Report. I would like to reintroduce the panel who's representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority. As I mentioned, I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director. With me is Mark McLaughlin, our Director of Environmental Services, and Dan McKell, who is our NEPA Assignment Manager. Joey Goldman is the moderator for the public hearing this evening, and he'll go over logistics of how to provide comment.
Thank you, Boris. I'm Joey Goldman with Kearns and West. We have 50 minutes left before this public hearing concludes at 8:00 p.m. We are accepting verbal comments this evening. If you prefer to put your comments in writing, I encourage you to visit the authority's website at hsr.ca.gov, where you will find a comment form, as well as information on submitting comments by mail or by email. Anyone is welcome to watch and listen to this public hearing without making a comment. The webinar is streaming live at videossc.com/HSR. You can see that address at the bottom of the screen if you are signed into the Zoom meeting. If you want to make a comment, however, you will need to join the Zoom meeting, and you may join our queue online or by phone. If you'd like to use your phone, you may dial us at 669-900-9128. The webinar ID this evening is 826-1979-4385. If you are on your computer or another mobile device, you may use your microphone as well. If you would like to listen or make a comment in Spanish, Vietnamese, Mandarin, or Tagalog, please call the interpreter lines. They are shown here on the screen. To provide a comment via the web meeting, use the raise your hand feature. You find that at the bottom of your screen. If you don't see it on your screen, click on the participants tab and it should become obvious where that is. That way we will know to call on you so that you may provide your comment. And if you're dialing by phone, pressing *9 will provide an indication to us that you have a comment and will put you into the queue. Once you're in the queue and your name is called, you will be asked to unmute yourself. You'll see a prompt on your screen. If you're in the webinar or on the phone, you'll hear a message that you are being unmuted. Then it's your turn to speak. After stating and spelling your first and last name, you are allotted 3 minutes to provide comments. We do have a court reporter on this public hearing joining us this evening, and she may need to interject to ask you to spell something or repeat something if necessary. And I'll let you know when your 3-minute time period is up. You will hear us repeat these instructions from time to time, and we will be completing this public hearing again at 8:00 p.m., 45 minutes from now. At this moment, we do not have any individuals in our comment queue. Again, if you'd like to make a comment, click on the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen or dial *9 on your phone. While we wait for individuals to indicate that they would like to provide comments, our panel is welcome to turn off their video screens, and we will return once we see that we have commenters in our queue. It's 7:25, and we are conducting our online public hearing for the San Francisco to San Jose Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report, Environmental Impact Statement. If you would like to provide a comment, you may do so by clicking the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen if you're signed into the Zoom conference. If you can't find that, click on the Participants tab, and then you should be able to see that. And if you're just joining us by phone and you would like to provide a comment, please dial *9 on the phone, and that will indicate to us that you have a comment to share. Our panel is standing by waiting for comments. Once we have an indication that a member of the public would like to provide a comment, our panel will return, and we will look forward to hearing those comments.
Once again, good evening, everyone. Today we're accepting your verbal comments on the environmental analysis, alternatives, impacts, mitigation measures presented in the San Francisco to San Jose project section draft environmental impact report, environmental impact statement, or draft EIR/EIS. Your comments will become part of the official record for the San Francisco to San Jose project section draft environmental impact report and environmental impact statement. And responses to your comments will be provided in the final environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. To quickly reintroduce the panel, I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director with the California High-Speed Rail Authority. With me is Mark McLaughlin, our Director of Environmental Services, and Dan McKell, who is our NEPA Assignment Manager. Joey Goldman is the moderator, and he'll go over the instructions of how to provide comment in these last 25 minutes that we have for this public hearing, which will wrap up at 8 p.m.
Yes, Boris. Certainly anyone is welcome to watch and listen to this public hearing without making a comment. However, if you would like to make a comment, you may join our online queue via the Zoom webinar or on the phone. You may use a microphone on your computer or your mobile device if you're joining us online. If you're joining us by phone, please dial 669-900-9128, and then you'll need to enter the webinar ID of 826-1979-4385, followed by the pound sign. If you would like to listen or make a comment in Spanish, Vietnamese, Mandarin, or Tagalog, we have interpreters who are available, and you can see the interpreter lines shown on the screen. To make a comment via the web meeting, use the raise your hand feature. You'll find that at the bottom of your screen, and that way I know to call on you so that you can provide your comment. If you don't see it at the bottom of your screen, click on the Participants tab and you should see it there. If you're dialing in by phone, pressing *9 will be the same thing as raising your hand. That will put you into our comment queue. Once you've been in the queue and your name is called in the web meeting, click the prompt on your screen to allow your microphone to be unmuted. And on the phone, you'll hear a message that tells you that you are being unmuted. Then it is your turn to speak after stating and spelling your first and last name. You have 3 minutes to provide your comments. I'll notify you when your time is nearly up. If our court reporter needs you to clarify or repeat something, she may interject in the comments that you're providing. We will be wrapping up this meeting at 8:00 p.m. I'm sorry, this public hearing at 8:00 p.m. So we have 22 more minutes for comments. Now is a good time to get your comments in if you've been waiting. Again, please raise your hand on your screen or press *9 on your phone. We currently have nobody in our comment queue. Our panelists may turn off their video cameras and will return once we have somebody who's indicated they would like to provide a comment. Good evening. It's almost 7:50 p.m. And this public hearing will be coming to an end at 8 o'clock p.m. We have 10 minutes still to receive your verbal comments. If you would like to provide a comment, just want to remind you how you may do so. You may join our queue online, or you may do so by phone. Online, please click on the raise your hand feature, which you'll find at the bottom of your screen. If you don't see it there, click on the participants tab, and then you should see the raise your hand feature. If you're on the phone, press *9. That will indicate that you have a comment that you would like to share. Once you are in the queue, I will call on you and indicate when you are able to proceed with providing your comment. And at this point, we do not have anybody in our comment queue. So once again, there are 10 minutes remaining. If you'd like to provide a comment, please do raise your hand. I will indicate that the meeting is concluding at 8 o'clock p.m. Good evening. The time is now 8:00 p.m. This concludes our public hearing for the San Francisco to San Jose Draft Environmental Impact Report, Environmental Impact Statement. Thank you again for participating online or on the phone. The hearing is officially closed. Have a good evening.